on, just know that I am going live from multiple platforms. I am going live from TikTok, so my social social sophisticated so sophisticated designs account. And then I'm also going live from YouTube and from Facebook, the Let's Get Social accounts on there. And so let me just lift this up. I just want to adjust the camera a little bit. And so I'm going to start going over where we're doing two different patterns. We're doing McCall's 8057. So we're doing the shorts, which are view A. And then we are also going to be sewing McCall's 8324, and we're doing the top, which is also view A that we'll be doing today. We're going to start with the shorts first. And for the shorts, basically what you need is you need, depending on your sizing, anywhere from basically a yard to let's see, for A, you need a yard to a yard and a fourth. This goes up in sizing from extra small to 2X. And so again, depending on your sizing, you would need anywhere from 1 yard to 1 1/4 yard in order to be able to do the shorts for this. You also do need some elastic, which will be used around the waist. And that's really all you need to complete the shorts. And so it's a really quick sew. So we're going to start with that to kind of knock that out first. And then the second thing that we'll be doing is, again, the top from McCall's. And you need, again, depending on your size, this pattern goes to, I believe it goes to size, on the packet I have, it's to size 24, but I believe it goes a little bit larger than that. Or maybe not, because I'm looking on the back of here and it usually gives the full range of sizes. But you need, for the top, for A, you need anywhere from 1 5/8 yards to 2 1/8 yard, again, depending on your size. Hey, Jalen, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining. And then, so in addition to that, you do need 3 hook and eye. And that is actually all that you need for view A to finish this, in addition to your fabric. So, yeah, and so thank you for sharing, Carmen. Thank you for sharing the live. For those that are on, share this live with your friends. Share this with other people that you think might be interested in hopping on and checking us out. We'll be on for probably about 3 hours, because it'll take us probably about 3 hours to make both of these garments, although they are both a fairly easy sew. So that's basically all you need for, that's all you need in order to be able to sew either of these. Just some elastic. You do need some hook and eye. And that is basically it. So with that, we're going to get started with the shorts. The shorts basically have 3 pattern pieces. You have the front of the shorts, the back of the shorts, and then you have the pockets in which you cut 4 pieces. So I cut mine in black. And I've already did all of my notches and everything for the shorts. Again, this is a really quick sew. The longest I think that it takes is really to attach the pockets, which take almost no time. So for the first step that you're going to do in creating the shorts, hey Aisha, hi Katrina, welcome. Thank you all for joining. We are doing McCall's 8057. So we're going to be doing 2 different patterns today, and we are starting with the shorts. So you're going to be taking one of the front pieces of the shorts and one of the back pieces, and you're going to be stitching them together at the inner leg, which is this small, the little short piece. So I'm going to just separate mine because I still have both of my front pieces and both of my back pieces together. And with right sides together, I am going to pin at the crotch and then stitch. And I will tell you that I've made these shorts a couple of times already. They do have a looser fit, which is how they're styled. I did actually cut mine because I've made them a couple times and I like a more tighter fit. Uh-oh. Let me put my phone in Do Not Disturb. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I did actually take off like an inch around. So I cut the large originally because I picked up the large, and then I ended up taking an inch off. So probably what would have been more appropriate was to cut a smaller size, like a medium. But I wanted to make sure that it gave me the fit, and I wasn't comfortable with that. I was going to get the fit that I wanted. So, all right, I have pinned at the inner leg, and now I'm about at 5/8 inch. I'm going to do a straight stitch down. So those that are on TikTok, you all are probably really used to music. I have not been playing music because I am also on Facebook and YouTube. So as you know, they have a much stricter requirements around playing music. So we don't play music as much anymore. Hey, Britt, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. African Fashion Zesty Couture. I have to get some fabric from you because I have a project that I want to do. So I'll be putting my order in this weekend so I can work on this other project that I want to do. You will need your iron for this, particularly when we get to the top, because you have ties that you have to make. I did not make my ties in advance, so we'll be making them together. So if though you all can't see this, but I have on what I made the first week of June, which was the combination of the top. I think it was, what was the top? It was Simplicity 9010. And these are actually the shorts that we're making today. I combined them with these shorts. So I'm decided to wear that today. So the back is open, as you can see. So I decided to wear this. I had some running around to do. And I was like, you know what? It's warm outside. Let me wear this. So while I'm waiting for my iron to heat up, I'm actually going to pin my other inner leg. So I'm taking the, again, right sides together. And you're going to pin the inner leg, both legs, and then you're going to do one straight stitch down. You say you still need to remake this pattern. Which one? The Simplicity 9010? I love that. As you know, I've made it into a romper, pants. I made the dress. I just love the open back. I feel like that's my vibe. The open back is my thing. I love it. I want to make sure that Hi, Lynn. Hi, Sabrina. Thank you for the gift, Sabrina. Thank you for the likes, Carmen, and others that have liked and I didn't get to see it because I wasn't looking at the screen. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for joining. right, before I sew this, I just want to make sure. So one of the challenges with right sides together when your fabric is the same on both sides is making sure that you actually are not doing the same thing twice. And this looks like I need to turn it on the other side. I love black, I'm telling you. It's, as much as I'm getting into using color a little bit more and I'm liking it, it's nothing like black. So anybody sewing anything today from home? Anybody sewing these patterns or other patterns? Okay, so I'm doing my 5/8 inch, the inner leg. Okay, I'm going to press this open. All right, so we've finished the first step. And then the next step is to stitch the crotch seams together. So I'm going to line both of these up. Oh. Right sides together. Turn it over. And I'm going to pin around the crotch. And then we're going to stitch around the crotch. And I'm going to do my first stitch right at the seam, and then I'm going to line my notches up and then keep pinning. So you are sewing 8389 in a pink floral rayon. Well, the pink floral rayon sounds beautiful. I'm trying to think of what 8389 is. This is where it's good to have my other phone so I can look it up and see what it is. Carmen, you started on the shirt already, Carmen? Carmen is sewing the shirt, which is 8324. Let me see. Sabrina, are you sewing anything today, this evening? Not today. Lynn's not doing anything today. Working on my website. No sewing tonight. I know that's right. Many of you know, we just came back from Frock Tales, Carmen, myself, and many of you all. I'm sure you saw all the posts, all the pictures. And so I'm just still kind of, celebrating that. That was just such a great experience. I don't know. Has anybody ever been to Frock Tales before? I think we asked that the last time I did a live, which was maybe 2 weeks before we did it. But it was just such a great experience. I enjoyed it, and I will definitely do it again, hands down. It was just, everybody was so supportive. And I think what I really liked was all the creative energy. You said, what was my favorite part? I definitely like the, you know, what we did, like the kind of the fashion strut where everybody kind of got to walk uh, the runway, so to speak, and show what they wore. But I think it was kind of seeing all the creativeness, all the different um, garments that people made, and just seeing how we all can be unique and different in our own, you know, in our own way. I think that really gave me a lot of inspiration, and meeting all of the people from, you know, that we've grown to, you know through social media, now getting to really meet the people in person. That was probably my, yeah, that's probably my first favorite part. Meeting people that you just met through social media, now meeting them in person. Because it's kind of like you start to really build on that relationship. That was probably my favorite part. And then, of course, seeing everybody, just knowing that, you know, you don't have to be like anyone else. You can be different. You could be creative in your own way. And everybody is just so supportive. So, yeah, that's what I like. That was my favorite part. You said I didn't even get to strut. My feet hurt. Look, I was dancing at the end. At the end, that's when I was getting my dance on. It's because they started playing Afro beats, and it was a wrap for me. That was my vibe. I love the Afro beats. Tydree, hey Tydree. The DJ was good. The photographer was excellent. He did such a great job capturing, you know, the moment. I mean, they really did a phenomenal job pulling it all together. Especially, like, I would have never thought that was their first Frocktails event ever. That would have never crossed my mind, because they just did such a great job just putting it all together and having just a great balance of music and food and drinks, and just time for us to socialize, and giveaways, and just really lots of opportunity for us to celebrate each other, which I really enjoyed. Counting down already to the next one. So I will be, if my schedule allows, I will definitely be there. Hopefully with more time to sew, you know, more time to sew, so I don't feel as under pressure. But apparently that's the thing. Everybody feels under pressure, you know, when it comes to sewing their Frocktails thing, their outfit, whatever they're going to wear. So I wasn't the only one. Sabrina, you said you're sewing the NCW extra large, going to 2 goddaughters book signing event Sunday. Okay, congratulations to that. So you need a bag to go with your McCall's 8361 dress. I know that's right. Please take pictures so I can see you in that dressing bag, because you killed it. Let's see. Tydree, are you showing it? Are you sewing anything tonight? Yeah, but it was really great. So next up is the there's a retreat in Atlanta that several of us are going to. So that's the next thing that I'm really looking forward to. All right, so we have stitched the crotch seam. I'm going to press this, and then we're going to open this up, and we are going to attach our pockets. Like I said, these shorts are really easy to make. We will not be doing hemming on this, so you will see that we'll stop short of doing hemming the bottom of the shorts. That's what I do that offline, but you will get a feel for the shorts you know, without the hem being done. You said you may get up later and sew something. Yeah, I might be up sewing late too tonight. I got to finish some things because, as you all know, I have a vacation coming up. And, you know, my goal was to really sew a lot of things for my vacation. I'm going to, where am I going? I'm going to Singapore, I'm going to Bali, and I'm going to Malaysia. And so we did a call recently with I'm going with a travel group. And we did a call with the travel group. And I'm so glad that we did that call because it really changed my plans for what I'm going to be making. And pretty much what the travel, you know, the person that's going to be kind of guiding us through all of our excursions and our entire trip was like, look, it's going to be super hot, like in the 90s, and it's not hot like what you're used to. It's hot, hot, hot. And so you need to like really not wear a lot of clothes, like really tank tops, you know, sports bras, like really just barely there, you know, bathing suits, that kind of thing, because it's going to be hot. And when we go into places, you know, I mean, obviously we have a dinner and stuff like that. You need something for that. But yeah, I would put you in my luggage if I could. Let me tell you, I know I'm so excited. Trust me, it's a couple people where I wanted to be in their luggage because I was just so excited about being able to go. Other people that I know that have went. I've never been to that part of the country before, so I'm extremely excited about it. All right, so I've pressed those seams, and now we are going to be adding the pockets. So I have now my shorts right sides out, so you could see. And I'm going to start pinning the pockets. You have 4 pocket pieces. Well, let me fold this. Actually, I'm going to iron these pockets because they're not ironed. They are very wrinkled, bent up. But you have 4 pocket pieces, and you will attach 1 pocket to the side of each of the front, right and left side, and then the back, right and left side as well. I saw these scissors. Let me tell you what kind they are. I can't even. Guggenheim scissors. These things cut so. I mean, do you like the sound of scissors cutting through fabric? That's a thing. I didn't realize I liked that sound, but I cut with these scissors just so I could hear that sound. I know that probably sounds a little crazy, but it's such a nice sound. Anyway, let me stop cutting because I'll be cutting all night. Anyway, all right, so I have my shorts right side out. And I need to sew more color clothes and not black. Yes, Tydri, that's probably right, that I do need to be sewing more color clothes and not black, so I'm not out there on fire, burning up. But yeah, I have to figure it out because some of the things that I was planning on making, I have taken out of my plans to make because it's not going to work. It's not going to be a good look. So anyway, pockets being attached, right sides together. Because we are putting elastic at the top. So, oh yeah, here we go. We got our notches. Did I put my notches? I did not put my notches on the pocket. Let me get my pocket pattern piece. What did I do with it? Oh, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to attach my pocket about 2 inches from the top because I'm going to be putting the elastic in the top. You do have notches. I put my notches in my shorts, but I did not put them in the bottom. Yes, and that's actually perfect because, like I said, I did cut my shorts a little bit shorter so that they can give me the fit that I want. So I want to make sure that my pockets aren't hanging out the bottom of my shorts. So that 2 inches allows me to have my pockets be attached. I can still put my elastic at the top, but I don't have to worry about my pockets hanging out the bottom of my shorts. So right sides together, you're attaching one pocket to each side on the front and then also on the back. And that's what I'm doing now. And I'm also making sure it's lined up because, again, I didn't transfer my notches in my pocket. So I'm just lining it up. There we go. Perfect. Uh-oh, I think I'm missing some comments. Let's see. Hey, Julian. Hi, Tanya. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so good to see everybody. I feel like there's so many people that are on that I haven't been on live with in a minute. So I'm excited. I'm happy that y'all are on. Okay. So those pockets are attached, and now I'm attaching these pockets. Again, I'm doing 2 inches below the top so that I have room for my elastic. And I'm doing it this way because I didn't transfer my notches and I'm not pulling out the pattern piece because I don't know what I did with it. Right sides together. Oops. It was raining here. It looks like it's about to storm again. So I don't know what the weather is like where you are, but the temperature has dropped. It's now down to 75 here. Getting ready for this storm. I don't mind a good summer storm, especially when I don't have to go anywhere. And I'm attaching the last pocket. Julian, are you working on sewing anything this evening? All right, all pockets are pinned. Again, right side of the pocket to the right side of the shorts. One pocket to each side of the front, and then same thing for the back. And now we're going to stitch one straight line down each side. So we're going to be making 4 separate stitches. And we are doing that at 3/8 of an inch. So you making dinner. What is for dinner? What's for dinner? So my boyfriend, he's Nigerian, and I'm forever. I've always, even before I met him, I've always been addicted to jollof rice. And I'm telling you, it's nothing better than some Nigerian jollof rice. I'm telling you. My favorite. Hi, Alicia. It's not good for my waistline, but it is definitely good. I remember I tried to learn how to make, this was over 20 years ago. I tried to learn how to make some jollof rice. Let me tell you, it was not, it took a long time and it's not easy. Between putting, I think I put way too many Maggi cubes in. I did not know what I was doing. All right, one pocket down. Let's see. I need to rethread my machine in a minute. Hi, Karen. Welcome. Yeah, when you say you want to try fufu, yeah, that's not my favorite. I've had it before. It's good, but it's not like jollof rice. Oh my goodness. And you're making your native soup tonight. I'm sure it's going to be so good. I wish that I could make all different kinds of Nigerian food, because every time I have something, it's really good. I mean, nothing beats my jollof rice, but everything I taste is so good. When I go to a Nigerian party, I always leave with food. Always. You said you coming over for a plate. I know that's right. Can we all come over for a plate? One more pocket. You said you leave the door open. Thank you. Hi, Raisha. Welcome on Facebook. Thank you for joining. 92 in California today. We getting to that weather. We are next week is going to be the first day of summer. Who's ready for the first day of summer? I am. I love the heat. They were saying in the news that they've been having these wildfires in Canada, and the smoke has been coming all the way down here to like DC area. And they said we might be getting more of it next week. So I don't know how that's going to impact the weather. Yes, love summer. Hi, Joshy. Thank you for coming. Thank you for stopping by. All right, so pockets are attached. I'm just going to press out these seams. And then we are going to turn these pants right sides together. And actually, I don't really need to press these because they don't have to be open. At least the top part doesn't. Okay, we are probably more than 50% done with the shorts. Making great time. That's done, that's done. Okay, this side. I'm definitely wearing these shorts on my vacation though. Definitely wearing these shorts. Okay, I'm just pressing the bottom part of these pocket seams. And then we are going to there we go. And then I'm actually going to rethread my machine because it's not happy. Okay, so we have attached all the pockets. And we are now going to, oops. We are now going to, we already did that, A, B, C. Oh yeah, we're gonna right sides together, stitch the side pockets and the side seams. Okay, there we go. But first I need to rethread my machine really quick. All right, it is rethreaded. And now I'm doing right sides together. Right sides together with pockets extended out. So let me just move all this out the way so I can lay my shorts completely out. So I have the right side of one side of the shorts facing up, and pockets are extended, and then I'm folding over the other piece. And I'm going to pin along the sides and along the pockets, the outer edge of the pocket. And I'm going to do that on both sides. And then we're going to stitch. Stitch up the sides, stitch up the pockets. Do I ever sit and sew? I used to. That's how I started. But I find it more comfortable to stand. I think it's a combination of two things. I think I stand a lot for work. I have a standing desk for work, and I think I've just gotten used to standing. Can the woven fabric be serged? It can be serged. You can definitely serge it. Hi, Tony. So I think because I stand for work a lot, because I have a standing desk, that I've just found that this is more comfortable than sitting. I feel like because I'm down, I'm like this sitting, I feel like I'm bent over a little bit. And I sew for, hours at a time, which I think most people do. I just find it more comfortable. I forget that I'm standing, honestly, until somebody says, "Oh, you're standing." I'm like, yeah, I forget. I don't even think about it. It doesn't ever bother me. But I definitely started out sitting. I was not standing. It wasn't until maybe I want to say maybe the end of last year, beginning of this year, that I started standing when I was sewing. But I find it to be really comfortable. Yes, I am a nurse. I am. But I don't work, I'm not doing any clinical or patient care right now. I have more of like a administrative role. So I'm at the computer a lot. I travel a lot and do a lot of speaking engagements. So I stand a lot. Now I think about it. Yeah, I will tell you the other day. So when I came back from Frocktails, I noticed that my left foot was swollen, and I had been standing a lot too. I was standing up, sewing. As soon as I got back, I was sewing, working on finishing something else because again, I got to get my stuff ready for this vacation. And that night, I noticed that my foot was swollen, and so the first thing that came to my mind was, do I have like a clot in my leg? Because it was only one of my legs, and that's one of the risks when you fly. You have to. I mean, it's rare, but it does happen, that you could have a clot in your leg. And plus, I know I hadn't been drinking a lot of water, and if you're dehydrated, that increases your risk for having a clot. So I was just really nervous about that, but I wasn't having any of the other symptoms. So no pain when I flex or point my foot, which is another sign. But I elevated my feet. I started drinking some water, and when I woke up the next morning, my foot was not swollen anymore. And so I was like, okay, maybe it wasn't that. So, but I was worried that, dang, maybe I was standing too much. Because of course I'm not wearing, as much as I stand on my feet, I don't wear any compression stockings. When I was working as a nurse, I did, because you don't want to end up with, if you don't wear compression stockings and you stand a lot, you will end up with varicose veins in your legs. And I do have some, but not a lot. But I hated compression stockings, but that's what made me wear them. You said you had to have an MRI on Wednesday. Yeah, look, get it checked out. Get it checked out. It's better to catch it early and figure it out and start working on it. Let me see. I didn't miss Joshy's. It says, no, it's funny. I had the same issue on my left leg. It said I have poor veins. Yeah. So you might want to wear some compression stockings because it'll help the circulation, and then you won't have as much swelling in your leg, because that compression stockings will help move that blood up your leg. You say your grandmother was an OR nurse. Yeah, I did some PACU, which is like recovery. Once somebody gets out of the operating room, then there's another nurse that takes care of them. So you said, do I stand on the mat? I don't stand on the mat. I have hardwood floors and I just stand. You know, I do sometimes wear, I have some UGG slippers, and I do sometimes wear those because they're pretty comfortable. But right now I'm standing barefoot. I have nothing on my feet. But you know, to you, you're making me think like I should probably wear those compression stockings. I actually have some for running, and it's the same. They're the same. When you run like marathons and half marathons, they help with keeping your circulation up. So I could wear them. If I do get some more swelling ever again, I might think about it because it's probably what I need to be doing. Okay, now I'm stitching up the sides of my shorts and all around the pockets. Yeah, the compression stockings, and now they come in all kind of fancy colors. And you said the ones you got from Amazon are not doing it. I have to look and see what mine are. So I have the ones that I have, I mean, and they're the same. Even though they are I got them from the shoe store because of running marathons. It's really the same. They are the same. Yeah, I have to look and see what mine are. I'll direct message you when I go and pull out the brand that I have. Okay, so I'm going up, and there is a notch on your pocket that you can stitch the straight line up. So when you're going up the side of the bottom of the pocket, and that will just help create that cupping in your pocket. So it's probably going like 1.5 inches up past the pocket, and then you'll go back down. Oh my, I didn't have to take out this piece because I just noticed that it was not laying flat. It was wrinkled under there. I don't like that. Yeah, we got to definitely take care of ourselves because let me tell you, people aren't doing it. You say you wear them when you fly. Yeah, it's good to wear them when you fly because it definitely decreases your risk of having a blood clot, which, you know, is something you definitely don't want. And I should wear them as much as I fly regularly. I probably fly like 10 times a month. So I probably should be wearing some compression stockings. All right, I'm just taking this bottom part of this pocket out because it wasn't flat and it's balled up. And even though you won't see it, it'll get on my nerves. So I'm taking it out. Just the bottom part so I can flatten this piece. What kind of fabric? So I'm using just cotton. I'm using cotton for both the top and the shorts. Is that done? The one thing is hard is when you get a little, when you have to use your seam ripper and your fabric and your thread is the same color. I can't even half see it. So it makes it so much harder to seam rip it out because you can't see it. I don't know if there's a trick to that, but Britta, you start working on anything? You sewing anything tonight? All right. All right, I'm just going to sew this back now that I got that piece out. Hey, thank you. I actually made this. I made this on the first sew along. What was it? June 2nd, I think. So it's the top from Simplicity 9010, and it's actually, I believe it's these shorts, McCall's 8057. So I combined both of them to make this romper. So the back is open. Yeah, thank you. All right, let me stitch around these pockets. And I'm doing a 5/8 inch. Yeah, it was super easy to make. It did not take long at all to make it. Or you know what? I actually did not use these shorts. I used McCall's 8119. I used these shorts. McCall's 8119 is what I use. Now think about it. And so that pattern calls for knit. So that pattern has you do, and I actually did make a knit one on live, but it has pleats in the back. It has pleats in the front, and it has darts in the back. And so I was able to cut the same size when I made it for this woven, but I did have to take out all of the darts and all of the pleats in order for it to fit. So I would have had to size up for the woven fabric because it just didn't have the stretch that it needed. But I did it in a woven too. I need to post pictures. I have not. I've actually worn the woven one too already. But I need to post pictures so that people can see what that looks like because it was cute. Yeah, look, I hope I do. I hope I see you. I know you love the color. I actually got this fabric from Minerva. This was one of the fabrics that I ordered from them. I hope you do. I think it would look so cute. It's definitely comfortable. Like I said, I've worn both of the ones that I made already. All right, one side done. About to do the other side. What time is it? 8:03. We're going to be done this very soon and moving on to the top. Making sure I don't get my pocket bunched up like the last time. Shishi, you working on anything? You sewing anything tonight? Hi, Kiara. Welcome. Thank you for joining. The other thing that I didn't do, you say you organizing your patterns. Are you using anything to organize your patterns? Like, are you organizing them like physically, like in a drawer or file cabinet, or are you organizing them like using some software or something to catalog them? I'm sure you got a lot of patterns. I can only imagine. You've been sewing for a minute. Okay. So just finishing up this other pocket. And just making sure that nothing is crumpled underneath. All right, and I just got this little top piece. So the other thing I am going to do is I am going to serge all the way around, like the pockets. Not now, but as a part of my finishing, I'm going to be serging all the way around because this is woven and it will just in the fabric cubby drawers, putting them in order. Yeah, that definitely is helpful because I can't, as I was starting to catalog mine into like some software, I realized I did have a lot of duplicates. Not a lot, but more than 6. All right, so the shorts are all sewn together. The only thing I need to do is put the elastic in the top, which I'm about to do right now. And then I'm also going to, like I said, I'm going to serge all the way around the pockets, and then I'm going to hem the bottoms, which I'm not going to do online. I'm going to do that offline, but I am going to put the elastic in the top. And so I do have 1-inch elastic that I'm going to use, and they do have a pattern piece. Let me see. It is, oh, they don't have a pattern piece. Okay, so let me see. It must be the other pattern. Let's see what they're telling me. They are saying, oh yeah, they're doing it completely different. So the way that they actually have you do it with this pattern is they actually have you use 3/8 inch elastic, and they actually have you use a couple of different rows. So you're creating like 3 rows to create this. Let me show you this. You can't really see it that well, but it's basically like 3 rows of elastic. We will not be doing that. We are having 1 piece of elastic. And what I've, even when they give me a pattern piece to measure the elastic, what I've found has worked better for me is to just measure around my waist and give it a little bit of stretch. So it's, you know, you have a little bit, and then cut from there. And so you make sure you have a little bit of room, but you got the level of comfort that you want in your elastic. And then I cut from there. And then you're going to create your casing, leaving open one of your sides by the one of your side pockets so that you can slide your elastic through. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to cut off some of the seam allowance on the sides so that the elastic will slide through easily. So I'm using 1-inch elastic. So the instructions calls for 3/8 inch elastic. I'm using 1-inch elastic, and I'm going to fold over to that 1 inch. So you know we put our pockets 2 inches down. We're going to create a 1-inch casing so that our elastic can fit in. But before we do that, I'm just cutting off a little bit of the seam allowance on each one of the sides so that when I'm fishing the elastic through, it will go through easier. So we're going to fold down by that 1 inch all the way around to create a casing. And I'm going to press it, and then I'm going to iron. And you're going to, again, leave open a small area so that you can put your elastic through. And that is the last step with the shorts that we're going to do online before we switch over to the top. You said what brand are the scissors? These scissors are Guggenheim, and they are so good. I was saying earlier that when you cut with them, they make this like fabric cutting sound, and it's addicting. I found myself the other day just like cutting things. Aisha, do you like these? I saw like a video. I saw a video on Instagram, and I was like, oh, I'm going to try those. And the person was like cutting through like 20 layers of fabric with them, and just, it was just like melting. The scissors were melting through the fabric. And I thought, oh, and they had a sale. So you can cut through everything. I believe it. I believe it, because they just like, are they heavy? They are heavier than, so here, these are my Fiskars, and I've been using these since I started sewing. So these are almost a year old. They are heavier than that. I mean, it's solid. It's like old school scissors, like when you were in elementary school, except for they are sharp at the edge. So yeah, they do have a little bit of a weight to it for sure. But it's not like too heavy where you're gonna have like wrist issues. It does kind of, the way it lends itself, it kind of has you to have your it guides you to have your wrist down so you don't cut like this. So I think if you have your wrist, your hand touching the table, you probably won't have as much any discomfort. So, oh, I'm sorry, Brenda. I don't know why. Hopefully no one else is getting kicked off the live. All right, so I'm creating my casing. I'm using my edge foot so that I'm keeping my stitch very close to the edge so I can have my 1 inch. But I do like them. I definitely like them. I've only had them for about 2 weeks now, and I really like them. They cut very well. So I would recommend them based on having used them for these couple of weeks. I've not had any problems. I haven't tried to cut through 20 things of fabric, but I have no question that it could do it. And I'm just going to put a clip in here to make sure I leave something open. And they weren't that expensive. I want to say, I'm going to look up how much I paid for them because I don't remember. But they weren't that expensive. I did get them on sale though. There was because you know how the internet goes. You find something, then all of a sudden it starts soliciting to you. And so I saw a coupon, and that was all I needed. I went ahead and bought them. But I'll look up the price in a minute. Okay. I'm going to make sure I saw my screen. Did I get any fabric from Mood? I did not. I did not get any fabric from there. They had a lot of fabric, a lot of nice fabric too. But I did not get any. I did not get any. I had already ordered quite a bit of fabric. So I felt like I had what I needed. So I did not get any, but a lot of people did. All right, so I have my casing, and now I'm fishing through. I'm using a safety pin, and I'm fishing through my elastic. I wish I still had my box that the scissors came in and my receipt and all that. I could tell you exactly right now, but I threw it all away just this week, in fact. Yeah, at first I wasn't sure if the scissors were a scam. I was a little nervous. Um, but I was like, let me try. But they definitely aren't. They are bona fide, I would say. You said you keep yours in a box. I threw my box away. I should have kept the box. I should have kept the box. Comes in a nice little box. Yeah, if you see the advertisement, because that's what I saw, and they had like a little discount. You say you don't use them that much. I don't know. I feel like I need to order another pair because I'm using them. I find myself wanting to use them in place of everything. Every time I need to cut something, I want to use those scissors because I love the sound of hearing the fabric cut. I love it. What's a special occasion? You make it something, oh, where's my, oh, here we go. I'm like, where is my casing? I'm using these things all the time. Okay, I'm just fishing my elastic through. I think this is going to be a really cute little set to wear on vacation. Oh, you say they pay the big bucks, so you pull it out. I get it. Look, because I'm probably going to have to end up getting mine. These are the kind of scissors that I definitely think you can sharpen them and they'll be back like you just bought them. They definitely, it's different. Karen, I'm excited to hear how you like them. Hey, Shannon. So I am fishing this through. I'm about halfway through. Oh, no wonder. So this is why you cut I did cut it, but it's still giving me the blues. Trying to get past this seam. All right, I think I did it. Thank you, Shannon, for my rose. Shannon, did you see my dress I made for when I went to Frocktails? You should have went. Next time you're gonna go, I'm taking you with us. I'm so proud of that dress. I love it. All right. So we are basically done. Pull this all the way through. All right. So I have it. I have the elastic through. Yeah, you glad? I'm glad that I went with the dress. So my plan A was that dress that I made for Frocktails was actually a top. It was a top, and I was debating on whether to put the sleeves on. And I actually already made some shorts. I made shorts to go with it. So it was a high-low top and then some shorts. But I consulted with, a couple people. Carmen, I was like, what do you think about this? She was like, go with the dress, add the sleeves, go with the dress. I asked Abdul, he was like, you should do a dress, add the sleeves. Even Abdul was like, add the sleeves. He said that, he was like, add the sleeves. Make the shorts shorter, which I did make the shorts shorter because they were a little bit long. It was a home run. I felt good. I was so proud of myself. I felt like a real seamstress. I was like, okay, look at me. Out here making, look, let me tell y'all. I know, look, my youngest daughter was like, oh, that looked like something that Mimi G made. That's what my daughter said to me. I was like, okay. I just died laughing when she said that to me. It was. Thank you, Carmen. I was so excited. All right, so look at that. We have, let me stretch this out. We have gotten the elastic in. I'm about to finish sewing this edge. Elastic is in. I'm going to sew a little bit of this edge back. There we go. Spread it out. I just got to finish sewing this bottom piece, which I'm actually going to do later because it's not going to hold things up. So anyway, shorts are done. I'll try them on in the end because we're going to move right to this top, but I'm just going to show them to you and turn them right side out. So the only thing I have left to do is close that small area where I inserted the elastic. So there's a small opening. I'm going to close that. And then I am actually going to serge all around the pockets and the bottom. And then I'm going to hem the bottom of the shorts. And then the shorts are done. And they are short because they're about the same length as these shorts. They actually are the same length as these shorts because that's the way I cut them. So they are short, which is what I wanted. So they have a very short, crotch area. Probably like 2 inches. So, and I made them shorter than the pattern, just so you know. All right, so that's the shorts. I'm gonna put these to the side and we are now gonna work on the top. And let me show you the fabric that I have for the top. So this is the fabric. It's also a cotton fabric, and it's like it has birds and it's like a jungle background. It has some palm trees and birds and monkeys and sun and fruit and stuff like that on it. So it's black and purple and pink with some yellow fruit on it, lemons, I guess that's what it is. So this is my fabric. All right, so let me put these directions away and I'm gonna pull out the directions for the top. So the top is McCall's 8324. That's what we're doing now. And I'm doing view A. So view A has an open back. So so this is the muslin that I started working on. I did not finish it. I intentionally was leaving the sleeves off just so that I have something a little bit different from what I'm making now, not the exact same. But the back it has this open back. So I finished the back. I did not put the hook and eye on, but that goes at the top. If you could see that, a hook and eye, there's 3 hook and eye that goes on the top that you would sew on, which I have some hook and eye right here. And then this is the tie that goes in it. So this is what the back is going to look like. So we're going to get started. And the first thing that we're going to do is you're going to pull out pattern piece number 1. and pattern piece number 5. So pattern piece number 1 is 1 piece, and pattern piece number 5 is 2. And you are going to do some stay stitching at 1/8 of an inch. You're going to do for pattern piece number 1, you're going to do around the neckline, and then you're going to do, so this, it also has, you can't see it because it's all the same pattern, all the same fabric color, but you're going to do along this, it's like the area where the breast sits. You're going to do a stay stitch around that curve on each side of pattern piece number 1. And then pattern piece number 5, you're also going to do, it's basically all the curved areas of pattern piece number 5. So again, pattern piece number 5 has 2 pieces, and pattern piece number 1 has 1. And actually, pattern piece number 5 actually does not have 2 pieces. It has 4 pieces because you have a facing, and 2 of the pieces serve as a facing, and 2 of the pieces are the back pieces. So it's telling you to only do them on, let me see, are you doing them on, oh, it says on the curve of all the back sections. So we're going to do all of the parts on number 5. So we're putting those stay stitches in. I'm just going to move that back. Hi, Anna. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Carmen. I know, you know what? So I'm coming up on my 1 year mark of sewing. And I know I like to call myself a beginner because I always feel like there's still so much that I have to learn, and still so many mistakes that I make that off camera. But I realize now, I probably can't call myself a beginner anymore because I'm not. I sew way too much to be a beginner. And I see people's faces when I say, oh, I'm a beginner. They look like, yeah, whatever. I get it. So I'm not going to call myself a beginner officially July 1st. So I still have about, 15 days, 14 days. I'm a beginner for 14 days. 14 more days. I have come a long way, though. I definitely, when I look at what I sewed, my first thing, even though felt like that was pretty good too, but it definitely doesn't take me as long to sew as it did before. Hello, is it Govin or Gavin on Facebook or YouTube? Hello, thank you for joining. Yes, Sasha, 1 year. It'll be 1 year. One year. I'm also like impressed because the Gemini in me, I like to try new things all the time. And I think that's what I really love about sewing, is that you're always doing something different. You're always doing something new. And so it doesn't feel like the same old thing. There's just so many different things. Like I haven't gotten into like embroidery yet. And, I haven't really maximized my use of my, what is that thing called? My Cricut. I got all that Cricut stuff because I got so excited about that. I haven't really dived into the projector sewing the way that I wanted to, and I got a projector. So I still just have so many things that if I ever did get bored, which I have not, I have so many things that I could still do that are so exciting to me. You said you're a Taurus, so it's not a Gemini thing. It's just there are certain people who like to try new things all the time, right, Brenda? I will admit it. I'm always trying something. I've done so many things, and I encourage it. I'm like, look, don't let nobody box you in. Try new things, do new things. you know. One thing I will say is I'm not necessarily, I don't quit stuff, but I do finish it. I'll finish it and start something new in a minute. I will wind down and be like, okay, that chapter closed in my life, you know. But I am just loving sewing. I tell people that all the time. I love it. I absolutely love it. You said, Joshua, you said, I agree. I agree. Yes. And you know what else? It does help, you know, that we have such a supportive sewing community. Like I can call Carmen, I can, you know, call Julian, I can call Terrence, and I can be like, look, I'm working on this. I've never done this before, or I ran into this problem. I could call Aisha and be like, look, I'm trying to work on this. Can you help me? I mean, so many people. I'm just naming a few. I'm sure I've called many of all of you. And you've helped me like really quick, responding like right away and just say, oh, do this or try this, you know. And that definitely makes it all worth it. All right, 1 down, 3 to go. I'm doing piece number 5, my stay stitches. Carmen, did you do your stay stitches? Yes, Sasha. Community. I tell people all the time. I'm like, this is. I never expected this when I started sewing. I was like, all right, I have a couple people that sew. I saw Carmen was sewing, and I was like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and get this sewing machine and stop playing around and start sewing. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't know about anybody else. I thought, oh, it's gonna be just me and Carmen. That's what I thought. I mean, because she was really the only person I knew that was sewing on social media. I knew other people that sew, but not like on social media, not, you know, live and that. So I was like, oh, it's going to be us. We're going to be out here sewing. And next thing I know, it's a whole family of people on TikTok and other places. Look, by the time I got my sewing machine, Carmen had already like found all these new sewists on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's what's up. And that just made me want to sew even more because I'm like, oh, look at all these people out here just sewing. Oh, wait a minute. Did I put that on the wrong side? I did. Oh, we're going to put this on the other side. Good thing I made my stay stitch on the wrong side. The good news is that it's in the seam allowance, so we don't have to worry because it's in the seam allowance. So I'm not taking that out. Just keep it moving. I know, look, Carmen, you didn't know it, but I was like, oh, me and Carmen gonna be sewing on Saturdays on Instagram. I was like, I'm getting my sewing machine, and she don't know it yet. I don't know what I'm doing, but we gonna be on there all day sewing every Saturday. That's what I thought it was gonna be. And here is a whole community of people. You say you just wore the first garment we made together now. Oh, the hoodie. Yes. Look at that. Oh, that's the other thing. You know, I'm thinking that I'm really excited about. I'm excited about the upcycling. Like I started going through my closet and I got a pile of clothes where I'm like, oh, I'm taking all these apart. I'm like, I'm taking all these clothes apart and I'm making new clothes. So I don't see myself stopping sewing anytime soon because I got too many things that I want to do. Too many things. You know what? So this is the other thing. This is how like you know you grew in sewing. Hi, Sierra. Hi, Terrence. I remember when I first started sewing, I used to keep my sewing machine. You know how you can make it go faster, make it go slower. I used to keep my sewing machine on the lowest thing, the lowest speed. Now I'm like, it's on the highest, and I'm sometimes don't feel like it's going fast enough. That's how I know. I'm like, okay, I've gotten way more comfortable. I used to keep it on the lowest and barely put my foot on. Now I'm like, I need more speed. I think this is the last one. Yes. All right, last stay stitch we're putting in. Carmen, did you put your stay stitches in? Yes, Karen, I love it. I love it. I love sewing. You did, okay. Did you finish yours, Carmen? Did you finish your shirt? What or where are you at? You said heck no. All right, I'm about to press these seams real quick. That I just all these stay stitches that I just put in. See, Auntie Carol would be so proud that I got this, that I got the big iron out. And I'm pressing. I still need to get that heat glove though, because I'm telling you, this steam be tearing my fingers up. I burnt my little finger the other day, or last week, ironing that dress for Frocktails. That steam came out and tore my little finger up. You said you think it's interesting I stand. I love it. I was just talking about this. I love it. I don't even think about that I'm standing up. And I was saying, because when I work, I actually have a standing desk. I have it, it's over there in the corner that I use. So I'm just used to standing. It feels so comfortable to me. All right. So the next thing we are going to be doing is we're going to be taking piece number 1. So now we put all those stay stitches in piece number 5 and piece number 1. We're going to be putting all those piece number 5s to the side right now. And we're going to pull out piece number 1. When I find out where it is, let me see. 5, 5. Is this number 1? Nope, 5. This is number 1. Okay. And did I iron this? I did. Okay, so piece number 1, we are going to get your piece number 2, 3, or 4. So one of the things that you had to do was figure out your breast or bust size to decide, are you an A or B cup, which uses piece number 2? Are you a C cup, which uses piece number 3, or you a D cup, which uses piece number 4? And in the pattern instructions, it gives you a, like, how do you know? So you're going to measure your bust size and your upper bust, and then based on that, you're going to be a size 2, 3, or 4. And so once you figure out what you are, then you will cut your piece 2, 3, or 4, and we're going to be attaching piece 2, 3, or 4 to piece 1. So right sides together. you're going to pin piece 1. I mean, piece, in my case, is piece 2. You're going to be pinning that to piece 1. And there are notches, but I found that it just lines up to the bottom because, again, I did do it over here. It lines up to the bottom, and then it goes all the way to the top of that curve. So let me move this out the way so you can see it a little bit better on the camera. So I'm just lining up the bottom, but there is a notch too that you can use. Let's see. Where did I get the fabric? I got it from Minerva. This is Minerva's fabric. The fabric that I'm wearing. Yes, I did. I got this one, and I got this one, which I haven't decided what I'm doing with it yet, but I feel like it would pair well with some jean fabric. So some jeans. So I'm not sure what I'm doing with it yet, but I really like it. It's cotton, and that other one is a blend. I got to look on the thing and see exactly what it's a blend with. But thank you, Deja. Thank you, Peach. But it washed well. It didn't shed a lot or shred a lot when I washed it. So I was happy about that. That's my number one thing I do now. When I get the fabric, I just wash it. Your first name is my middle name. Oh, really? LaShawn is your middle name. That's a beautiful name. But you already know that because that's your name too. All right, so I pin that side, right side together. I'm going to pin the other side. Same thing. I line it up at the bottom. You said it's spelled different. So my name is, just to give you a little history on my name, my first name, LaShawn, which is the American way to say it, it is actually spelled, it's actually French, which is why it's spelled UAN. And it's pronounced a little bit different. But my father, who is in the military, was in the military, he named me, and he happened to be in France when I was born. So that's how I ended up with that name. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you. I remember, when I first started sewing, going around this curve, that would have given me a whole fit. I would have been hours trying to figure out how to get around this curve. Pin this fabric around the curve. That would have derailed my whole day. And now I'm like, nope, I know exactly what to do. It's amazing what time can do. All right, so now I've pinned both of these on, and I'm going to stitch these on at 5/8 of an inch. Then I'm going to clip and press. So anybody doing anything special for Father's Day or Juneteenth? Says not sure yet. I have a few patterns in mind, but I haven't. Let me see. Oh yes, it is a cotton. The black shorts is a cotton fabric. Thank you for who answered that. Thank you. And what am I sewing? Oh, you asked. You asking me what am I sewing? I am sewing. So right now we're doing McCall's 8324 and we are doing view A. Which I have a muslin up here, but I didn't finish it. It was going to be a little bit different in that I am leaving it sleeveless because I didn't want to end up with two exactly the same. And then here's the back, but again, I do have to finish like hem it, and I need to put the hook and eye at the top of it. So this is what the back is going to look like when it's done. You said you are exhausted after working this week and packing hubby's boss's business. So you're going to be vegging out. I get it. Look, you don't have to do nothing. Let me tell you, the older I've gotten, the more I'm like, relaxing is a thing. That's a gift. When you can just chill and have nothing to do, like that's the gift. You don't have to do anything extra. The gift is being able to relax. So let me tell you, when you can give somebody the gift of relaxation, of, mental clear, having a clear mind, physical clear, health and wellness, that's a gift. Give me that every day, all day. You will get no complaints out of me. I'm getting old. Look at this is what old people say. I'm getting old. You say you got muscles that you didn't even know you had. Look. The muscles came out of nowhere. You were like, look, especially probably when it was time to get that work done, you were like, look, I'm ready to go. We're going to wrap this up. The muscles came out of nowhere. Now it's time to relax. So you got a long weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Hopefully you don't have to work on Monday. And you get to enjoy Juneteenth. All right, one side down. And one side to go. Yes, look at that. That looks so good. All right. Now we're going to do this other side. So many small motorcycle parts, but yes, we do have to work on Monday. That sucks. Well, hopefully you get to relax this weekend. Because you deserve it. Looking forward to sewing on my 4-day weekend. Look, that's a gift to me. I would enjoy that too. Cooking for your husband and your dad and your father-in-law. That sounds like something that they will enjoy. I love to be cooked for, and I'm sure they love to be cooked for. Yes. Okay. So I don't know exactly what we're doing. There's a wine festival tomorrow that I think we're going to. We're going to do something with the kids. I don't know what that is. Maybe something like a hike or something. I think I am going out to. So my father is in Arlington Cemetery. So I think I am going out there. Probably not on Father's Day because it's going to be packed there, but maybe tomorrow morning or sometime tomorrow and put some flowers out if they let, because they are real particular about when you can put flowers out. So I don't even know if you could put flowers. I need to call and find out or look it up. But then I know also my significant other, my guy, he wants some running shoes. So we're going to get those. And that's pretty much it. In a DMV, yes, I am in a DMV. Is it Linganore? I don't know if it's Linganore. I think it's Wine in the Woods. I think it's Wine in the Woods is what it is. I'm almost sure it's Wine in the Woods. Linganore was on Memorial Day weekend. So it's not Linganore. I think it's Wine in the Woods. I don't have tickets, obviously, because I'm telling you, I think it's Wine in the Woods. I'm going to look it up for you real quick. Wine in the Woods 2023. Nope, that's not it. Let me see. Wine Festival. Wine Festival, Baltimore, this weekend. What's today? It's Father's Day weekend. Oh, Afro Soca Wine Music Festival. That is what it is. See, I don't know. My God knows all the things. I just go and support. You said you usually attend. I usually go too. I usually go to Linganore. This was the first year I actually didn't go in a long time. But I normally go for my birthday. I normally have a tent and everything. I'm out there. I am normally out there. Out in those streets. I love me a good wine festival. And I don't even drink like that. I just like being out there with the people. You said, is that the back of it on the mannequin? Yes, this is the back of it. So there's a couple of different options of the back. So I didn't finish. This is not finished. This is unfinished. I didn't get to finish it, but these are all finished. So this, I haven't put in the hook and eye, so that's still open at the top. But yes, this is what the back, and this is not stitched right. So, but yes, that is what the back looks like. That's one of the options. So you have a couple options. C is a little bit different and B is a little bit different as well. I actually do like B2B. This is all open and the string is at the bottom. So I like B2. But I decided to go with A. So we going with A. I mean, we could switch it up. We could. We might. Maybe we will. No, we're not. Thank you, Tipper. You say you would have saw the back views. Yes. Yeah, you know what? If you look at the what is it, the line art on it, you can see, but you don't see that from the front. One of the things, another thing I learned is, let me tell you, the pattern is not always cutting it. It is not always going to tell you what you're going to get. You definitely have to have an imagination when you bind some of these patterns. All right, so I'm just clipping just a little bit. Oh, that's the other thing I like about this is, again, it doesn't take much to surprise me, but even this little tip at the top, it cuts. So I'm used to, with my other scissors, I have to put the fabric all the way down at this part for it to cut. This, it cuts at the top. So you don't even have to, like, you could just And it makes that noise too. You can't hear it, but it makes that little cutting fabric noise, which I like. Yeah, these scissors are really nice. All right, let me cut around the curve on this one. Then I'm gonna press this. I'm about to text and find out what exactly that wine festival is this weekend. All right, I'll let you know when he responds and tells me what it is. All right, press this, and then we're going to go back to, we're actually going to go to our piece number 7, which is what we're going to use to make our loops. So sometimes I would have done this ahead of time, some of these, but I just ran out of time. So we're going to do it together. And this is where I need my little ham too. I should go get my little ham to help me. Press around these curves without burning my little fingers off. Oh, Lord. All right, I got one side. I'm going to press this other side. You said the loops put you through it. Oh. It wasn't so bad when I did it on this one. It wasn't too bad. Oh, Lord. I got to get me those gloves because I'm going to tell you, my little poor fingers are just going to get burnt off. Hi, Sean. All right, so got this pretty well pressed down. Okay. So that's the front. And now we are taking out piece number 7, which is our loop. These are our loops. Piece number 7. And you actually only need to cut 1. I cut 2 because I cut it on the fold. And you are going to fold it in half. I need to take a drink. Sean, where have you been? What have you been up to? Are you sewing anything? Working on any projects? All right, piece number 7, we are folding it in half, right sides together. And then we're going to stitch. And we are stitching 1/4 inch. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you are feeling better or on your way to recovery. I'm definitely sending some positive energy your way. All right. And now I am going to stitch. You're out and recovering. Thank you, Jesus. We are happy for that. We wish you a speedy recovery. so you can get back to sewing and life as usual, living and loving and all the good things. Jesus. All right. Let me see. Hey, Miss Nikki. I didn't see you on. Welcome. All right. I'm turning this inside out. Although I think I need to fix this because it's not even. Let's see. All right, and I'm cutting off this excess seam allowance, and then I'm gonna turn it inside out. And then we're gonna cut it into 6 little pieces. I should have did this with black. That would have made it a little better. You know what? I think I'm going to do it with black because I feel like I have another little black piece. Sorry. All right, maybe not. I thought I had an extra black piece, but I guess I did not. All right, we're working with what we got, which was this piece. So we are working on cutting the loops to this shirt. Now this part was hard, Carmen, for me, which was turning this thing inside out. That was a whole mess. So where do I locally buy my fabric? So we have Halal's textiles here. And then, oh, you said that's what you said. So that's the part you was talking about. Okay. Yeah, that is hard. It did take me a minute to get this thing right. That was a pain in the butt. So you're right. And then, so Halal's is where I'd like to get a lot of my fabric from. But then Joann's, which they're a lot more expensive, more money than I want to spend, but I'd shop there. So, and then I order online. VA or Maryland? Maryland. I'm sure there are other places. I'm just not familiar with them. But I like Halal's because it's Black owned, so I like supporting. And their prices are like unheard of. I try to tag, something that I just recently started doing was trying to tag where I get my fabrics from. Yeah, you should definitely look for them. I'm telling you, like, most of the fabric is $5 a yard. I mean, everything from jeans to, everything to, they have everything. I mean, knits, ITY. Now they do have some more expensive things like their sequences, but it's still not what you would pay in Joann's. I mean, it's way less. And they do ship too. So yeah, like $5 a yard. It is, oh yeah, DM me and I'll tag you on their page. I don't think they have a TikTok, but they definitely are on Instagram. And they do ship too. All right, so this is the part that Carmen was talking about when she said 5 minutes ago, doing the loops was hard. It is a little tricky to get this turned inside out. She is right. I did experience this. I forgot. Yeah, you could get, I got some denim from them and they got a lot. They just got some new denim too. The one here in Baltimore. So they said it was a knit denim. I do have one. I do have one. You're right, Brenda. That would save me. I need to pull it out. I actually do have one. I'm getting this thing though. It's coming. It is coming. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Boom. Okay. It wasn't as bad as what I dealt with earlier or yesterday when I did it. All right, let me iron this. And then we are gonna cut it into 6 pieces. Each piece is 2.5 inches. You said it like you own one. Yeah, look, but it would make a difference. It would definitely make a difference. It would make a difference because I do have one and I have used it. I've gotten so stuck on using these little safety pins because sometimes they're faster, but sometimes they're not. And when you're trying to do these little loops, it definitely can be a little tricky. All right, let me iron this so I could get it flat, and then we're going to cut it. Cut it into 6 little pieces. This is another one of those steps that would be good to use. You said you use that yarn method. Okay. Yeah, I should try that. I've seen that on Instagram and pulling it through. That probably definitely makes it easier. It looks easier, that's for sure. I've seen it. I'm gonna try it. I have not tried it, but I've definitely seen it. And they want you to do the method that they instruct you to do in the instructions is to take a piece of thread and a needle, tie it to one end, and then push the needle through. I was not trying that. I didn't see that working. So I was not trying that. All right. So I'm cutting this into 6 2.5-inch pieces. And then we are going to stitch them on. You've been and poked your finger. I know exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, oh, I could just see myself. That needle is going to be going through. I don't have the patience. I'm like, I'm gonna do it the way I've been doing it. And that's exactly what I did. I'm like the needle. But the yarn method is definitely, I've seen that little video on 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, here we go. Yep, here we go. Now we got our 6 little pieces. Wish they could have been in black, but that's okay. And now we are going to take 2 of our number 5s. That the 2 right sides, the pieces that you want to be out on the right side. You're going to take 2 of them. So this one's that way, this one that way. All right, so this one's got to be this way. Here we go. So these are my 2 facing pieces. And where is my number 5? Here we go. So there are actually dots on this number 5 piece that tell you where to put these little loops at. I didn't actually use them, but we're going to use them today. Here we go. So I'm just going to make a little mark. And here's the other one. And then do the same thing on this side. So they all line up. There we go. And the way that the way that I'm going to do it, or there's 2 ways to do it. One is that you can create your loop first and then stitch it on here, or you can pin it down and then stitch it, creating the loop. And that's what I'm going to do. That's what I did for the first one. So just make basically all one step. So you're just going to lay both pieces flat, both edges of the loop flat, right over the small dot. And I'm pinning it. And then I'm going to go to the sewing machine and I'm going to sew it down. 3 pieces on each side. Oh, actually, you know what? Doing it the wrong way. And the other thing too, when you are pinning those loops on, you want to pin them so that the edge of the loop lines up with the edge of the piece number 5. let's see. I'm so excited for this summer. This feels like the first summer where everything is going to actually be back open, back to kind of normal, I guess. All the festivals, all the things I like to do. And I am here for it all. What am I making? So I am making, right now I'm working on the top, which is McCall's 8324. This one right here, I'm doing view A is what I'm working on. And so we are right now putting, there are loops. You can't really see it because I have it covered up, but there is a open back that has like a tie that goes through it. And you have to create these loops. And that's what I'm doing right now. I am pinning the loops to the top, and then I'm going to sew them on. So that's the process that I'm doing right now. And this is probably, after we put these loops on, we're probably halfway done. Because the next step is to add the facing on, which is going to enclose the loops. So I can't wait to try this on. I think it's going to be so cute. And remember, it's going to look even better when I add the finishing touches, the hemming and all of those things to both the shirt, because I won't be doing that online. Just because it takes extra time, and I'm so grateful that I do think it's beginner friendly. The shorts are definitely beginner friendly, which we did already. This, I'm trying to think of what would be the hardest part for this. The loops are probably what I would say is the hardest part. The sleeves aren't that difficult. And the only reason why I would say the loops are hard is because it does take a minute to try to create the loops. But yeah, I would say it is beginner friendly. It's probably going to take you a little bit of time. It's not. So the one thing I try to separate is beginner friendly does not mean fast. Those are two different things. So something can be beginner friendly, but it can still take you a little bit of time. And this is one of those things where I think it is beginner friendly. I think you have to have some basic skills. So I wouldn't say this should be your first project that you should do. I think I would say in that sense, it's probably not beginner friendly, but if you have some basic sewing skills, and you've been sewing for a little bit, I definitely think that you could do this. There's no zippers, there's no darts, or some of the other things that people would say like, oh, that's what makes it a little bit more, difficult, or you need a higher level of skill. It doesn't really have. The hardest thing in here is you do have a facing, but again, that's not, I wouldn't say that's a difficult thing to do. It's basically creating the same garment, same piece twice. So if you made it once, you can make it again, So there are steps in here that just take time, like the facing, like the loops. So I do think you could do it if you are a beginner. But it's not going to be something that you would do quickly. All right, I'm getting the last loop on the first. All right, so the loops are on. The first 3 loops are on. Again, I wish they were black. I think they would have stood out a little bit more, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Next time. All right, last loop, and then we are ready to attach our facing. All right, loops are done, and now we are ready to attach our facing to each one of these pieces. So when you cut piece number 5, you had to cut 4, and 2 of them are your facing and 2 are your back pieces. And so I am now right sides together. So one of the things when I cut this, just so that you're aware as you see me pinning this, when I cut this, I cut my facing on the wrong side. It doesn't matter so much because you're not going to really see it. But so instead of this nice fabricy side that's going to be on the inside, it is going to be the back of that fabric. So as you see me pinning this, you're going to be like, oh, it looks like she's pinning the wrong side. Because when I cut it, I cut the wrong side. Oh, I cut the wrong side for one of them, not for both, for one. So one side is going to have a nice fancy fabric on both sides of the inside of the garment and the outside, and the other one will not. But it's okay, because guess what? You're not going to really see it. So we are now pinning, and we are going to stitch the inside of that circle. So let me just take this off so you can see. So you're going to pin that facing on, and what we're stitching is around this part. If you could see that. That is what we're stitching on both sides. Is that all we're stitching? Let me see. Oh, actually we're stitching up. So this top part, you're stitching this and down. That's what we're doing. So we're going to pin it and we're going to stitch that whole piece on both sides. And that's going to enclose the loops, and then you're going to turn it inside out. So we're going to pin it first, and then we're going to stitch it. Hi, Angel. Welcome. Sierra and Cake Artist, welcome. Thank you for joining. Happy Friday. All right, one side pin, I'm gonna pin the other side. And once we do this, we're gonna again turn it on the right side facing out. And then we're gonna be attaching the front, which is this piece that we stitched earlier, to the back, which is the piece that we're doing right now. So when we think about, this, I said this is beginner friendly, but it does have steps that do take time. And some of those steps are creating the loops, creating the ties, creating the bias tape that goes around the neckline. Those are things that aren't necessarily difficult, but they do take time. All right, finish pinning. And we're going to do this, stitch it at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance. All right, one side down, one to go. Thank you, Lynn. I'm stitching the other side. Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of little steps to it, but it is coming along. All right, so we have finished that, and I'm going to turn this right side out. Again, it's going to look a little weird because, on one of them anyway. Well, actually, before I turn the right side out, I'm going to clip this extra seam allowance because we're going to be around the neckline. We're going to be adding some bias tape, and so I'm just going to clip this all the way around. I don't know if I'm clipping more because I love using these scissors or what, but either way, it makes your garment look better when you clip all this extra seam allowance. So I'm clipping it. All right, one down. Let me cut this one. And then we're going to turn it inside out, press it, and then we're going to attach the front to the back, right sides together. All right, that is done, and right sides together. I'm going to press this. All right. You said, where'd I get this fabric? So this fabric I actually got from Joann's, the one that I'm using to make this garment. I got it from Joann's, and I actually got it in the clearance. It was like super cheap. I forget, I paid almost nothing for it. And I bought it probably about 4 or 5 months ago. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to use this. Am I using a steamer too? I am not using a steamer. This iron is a Rowenta, and it has like this super good steamer. I mean, this thing is so powerful. And this is an iron that I actually already had. I used this was my regular iron. I did buy another iron that does have like that attachment container with the steamer on it. I just haven't really used it. I've been using this one because it works so well. Yes, you can hear the water boiling. I know, and it does get so hot. I was just saying I need to get a some gloves, some like steam mitts, because my fingers, it tears my little fingers up. That steam, you don't even have to be touching it. If you're just, your fingers are close when that steam is coming out. It burned my little finger last week. Ooh. All right. So that is done. Looks pretty good. Your 2 pieces. This is your 2 outside pieces. That looks pretty good. If you could see that. I don't know if you could see that, but that's it. This is what the back looks like. And now you're going to take, so this is the right side of the back, and you are now going to take the front, and you are going to attach it at the shoulders. So let me slide this down so you can see. So you're going to attach it at the shoulder seams, and then you're going to also attach at the sides. And there are notches at the shoulders and at the sides. that you can use to make sure that you have it attached. So let me just make sure. Yes. Thank you, Shannon. Yeah, I was like, oh, this, I got this and I got that, the black. It was just in that, you know how Joann's has that stack, those racks with all those like discounted fabrics, 30, 40, 70% off. I got it off of that rack. It was this one. And I got a couple of other ones too that I used to make some dresses that were really nice. They turned out really nice. What I found is that I started getting fabric from there so that no, so this is so in terms of whether the wrong side is supposed to be showing. So right now it's right sides facing. So the right side is on the inside. So both of the right sides are facing each other. So that way when I stitch it and turn it inside out, the stitching will be on the inside, and then you'll see the fabric on the outside. The right side of the fabric will be on the outside. So right now it's right sides facing each other. And then you're stitching the shoulder seams and the side seams. So what I found is like I'll go to Joann's and I will buy fabric halfway decent, but I might not be in love with it totally. I'll buy it for like really cheap, 70% off or whatever it might be, so that I can use to make things that I'm not, either patterns that I'm not sure I like, but I don't want to use like fabric that I know I like on them. Or as many of you know, I really love black and white, and I will make everything out of black and white. And so as I'm trying to stretch out and do more color, it's also a way to kind of, because sometimes I end up making something, and although I didn't really like the fabric, because I'm like, oh, this has got way too much color in it for me, I end up really liking what I made, and so that makes me like the fabric. So anyway, this was something that I was like, okay, it's halfway decent. But now I actually like it a lot more than when I bought it. All right, sides and shoulders are pinned, right sides together. And now we are going to stitch at 5/8 on the sides and on the shoulders. You said we're in the same spot. Okay. All right, I am stitching the last side. I'm telling you, this is one of those times where you just wish you had some music. I'm telling you, that's the one thing TikTok has. It has the music. And it does make a difference. Okay. You said for the lining, let me see, make sure I got, okay, confused. Is the wrong side supposed to be showing on the inside? No, it is so when you are making the lining, you are doing, once you attach the lining piece to the back piece of the fabric, it ends up being two rights. When you turn it inside out, it ends up being two right sides is what it technically should be. So when you are looking at the inside of the garment, it should look the same as the outside. It should look like a finished piece. It shouldn't look like the inside of the garment. It shouldn't look like the wrong side. So like in my case, I made a mistake and cut it out wrong. So what you see is, this is what yours should look like. So let me just show you really quick. So this is the outside. I'm just showing you one half. This is the outside of the back piece. This is what the outside looks like. And if you do it right, your facing looks exactly the same. So this is the inside of the back. So it looks just finished. The only difference from the inside is that you're going to see these raw edges, which you will either use pinking shears or a serger to cut them. So you're going to see these raw edges on both sides. Whereas on the outside of the garment, you don't see any raw edges. You see the seam. And same thing on the side. You'll see the seam. So I hope that helps. Let me know, Brenda, if that makes any sense, what I just showed. Yes. So you flip it out before you attach it. You flip it out. So it'll be finished. It'll look finished from the sides that have the facing on it. So this is now attached. You attach the front to the back. And then the next step is we're actually going to move this to the side. And well, no, we're not going to move it to the side, but we are going to pull out our piece number 6, which is, or is it 6 or 9? That's the sleeve. And here's piece number 9. Okay, so this is the neck binding. So that's piece number 9. When you cut piece number 9, and there's several other pieces too. When you cut piece number 9, when you cut piece number 6, you should have cut them on the bias because they do need to have stretch to it. So I don't know if you could see this, but it has stretch. Whereas if you were to pull it this way, you can't see it, but it has no stretch. So because I cut this on the bias, it does have stretch to it. And we're going to be putting this around the neckline. Now, I think you very well could have used just a regular piece of bias tape. Hi, Auntie Carol. How are you? What are you working on? Did you finish your room that you were working on, which looks so good? So what you're going to do is you are going to press under a 1/2 inch of this bias tape. You're going to, or binding, neck binding, you're going to press it under a 1/2 inch on the unnotched side. So there are notches to one side, and then the other side doesn't have notches. So on the unnotched side, you're going to fold it under a 1/2 inch and press it. And then it says cut, trim it to 3/8. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that trim to the 3/8. I'm just folding it under. Woo! Lord help us. Yeah, so I usually check it. I mean, I check to make sure it's not way off, that it's really close, and it is. This part is probably a little bit too much. I'll kill my fingers. You say you still working. It's looking good. I'm telling you, it looks so good. I love the white. I hope you leave it white. I love that white. Are you painting it? Hey, Jalen. Jalen, send me a picture. I won't be able to see it till I'm done, but send me a picture. It's past his bedtime. It's 9:50. All right, I'm just adjusting this in a couple places where it's a little over half an inch. Or more than a little over, I should say, because I'm not doing this for a little bit. Woo, Lord help us. You said I like the white. Oh, I do too. I do too. I love the white. So I'm happy to hear that. I love, love, love the white. When I saw it, I fell in love. I was like, oh, this is my style. Looks so good. So good. Ooh, Lord help us. Okay. All right. That's good. So we have folded it, and then it does tell you to cut it back, cut the 1/2 inch back to 3/8. I am not doing that, as I mentioned before. And then you are going to, this binding is going to go on your neckline. And you're going to line up, so you have notches. You're going to line your notches up, and then you should have little circles that line up with the 2 shoulder seams as well. So I just got to find my little notches that I cut in here. Oh, here's one. Let me just make sure. So we are sewing, we finished the shorts. We made McCall's 8057. So we finished those maybe about, I guess, an hour and a half ago, hour and 20 minutes ago. And we did view A, which were the shorts. And now we're working on view A of McCall's 8324, which is this one right here. And right now we are working on there is a bias kind of tape, but you make it with the fabric. I could have just used bias tape since it's black, but I didn't. I made it with like the instructions said. And now we are attaching that to the neckline. And so the way you're attaching is that you have 2 notches that will line up with the 2 notches in your shirt, in your top, in the neckline of your top. And then you will also have these 2 circles that should line up with the shoulder seams. And your bias tape should extend by 5/8 on either end of the neckline. So right sides together, when you are pinning this, you're doing right sides together, and you are lining up those notches, like I said, in the center of the neckline. Just start there. You said you made, how what did you think about it? Did you feel like, well, one, did you like it? Two, what did you think about it in terms of how long it took you to make it? Do you have it posted? I would love to go and see a picture of it on your page. Yes. Yes, at the end, Carmen, you want to have a little bit extra because you're going to fold it over to close the end of that neckline. And you should be able, if you don't have it, you should be able to stretch a little bit of it out. Yeah, you thought it was a very easy. So yeah, I definitely feel like it's easy. But it just is taking a little bit longer because, you have all these extra steps from the bias tape to creating the ties. They just take a little bit longer. But it's not difficult. Yeah, I'm going to go on your page and look and see. I'm sure it looks so cute. I can't wait to see what you did, what fabric you used, and that kind of thing. He did not respond. I'm still waiting for a response so I can tell you about the wine festival tomorrow. Oh, was it? Was it Deja's top? Cause I don't know why I thought she used Know Me 2016. But you're right, maybe it wasn't. Okay. I gotta stretch this out because I don't have enough on this side. All right, that's good. You said it was a hack of 2 patterns. Okay. Oh, you're very welcome. Is it Tammy? Tell me if Tammy is right. You're very welcome. I try to always keep checking it, checking both the platforms. I think I've gotten, used to it. Hopefully I'm not abandoning one or the other. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I saw you posting, Deja. I saw you posting something about your frocktail outfit, and I was watching. I was like, okay, let me see what she did. All right. All right. Okay, so I feel like I have my bias tape pretty well attached. And now I am about to so we're going to stitch this at, let's see, at a 1/2 inch, stretching the binding to make sure that it fits in, which is what I'm trying to do some of right now, is stretching it so I don't have to do it as much as I'm sewing. And then once we do that top stitch in, then we're going to cut off that seam allowance and then fold over. So here we go. I'm about to start stitching it. And remember, you just got to have that 5/8 extra on that end. So you have something to, you know, wrap it around. Oh, Deja, I completely understand. Look, sometimes you think you plan to do something, you know, post content or sew something, and you just don't get to it, because that definitely happens to me more times than I want to admit. All right, it's looking pretty decent. Excuse me. All right, let's see. Okay, so now the next step is to cut some of that seam allowance back, and then you are going to fold over that neck binding, or bias tape as I'm going to call it. You're going to fold it over, But before you fold it over, remember I had mentioned that you're going to have that overlap, that 5/8 overlap on the end. You're going to actually fold that in and cover that edge first. But first step is to cut some of that extra seam allowance off. So that when you fold it over, it is, it's not, you don't get that much resistance, I should say. I'm just going to repeat. I think if it wasn't for these scissors, I would not be doing this much cutting. I would be folding this over and wouldn't be thinking twice about it. But I love cutting with these scissors. They cut so well. Okay. That was a little close, but I didn't cut into the seam, so we don't need to do any repairs. All right, here we go. And like I said, you are going to take your end. You have this little leftover part. You're going to fold it over. And then you're going to fold down. So I don't know if you can see that, but basically this is your overhang part here. You're going to fold it first, and then you will fold it down back into that crease, and then you're going to fold it down over into your basically folding your bias tape down. And you're going to do that for the entire thing. So once you fold it over, then you're just going to pin. I'm going to press, and then I will iron it. And actually, I'm going to press this just so. I'm pressing that little edge, that 5/8 that was hanging over. I'm pressing it in just so it doesn't, so it lays evenly. There we go. And then you're just folding it over and pin, and then you're gonna stitch. And you've created a bias tape. Hi, Miss Tata. How are you? And don't forget on the other end, you want to do the same thing with the side. Fold that side in first. And then fold it down. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you hopping on tonight. Happy Friday. Tammy, are you sewing anything? Are you sewing this? Have you sewn it, or are you sewing anything tonight? All right, so that's my bias tape on. And I'm going to now stitch this. And I am stitching it, let's see. So they're actually telling you to slip stitch it. I am not slip stitching. This, I am going to stitch it, and I'm going to do a narrow stitch. So I'm going to use my edge foot, and I'm going to be like very close to the edge. I just want to press this real quick. There we go. All right. All right. We are just about done. Okay, I'm finishing S8369. Oh, the pink pants. There you go. Thank you, Tammy, for reminding me. Let me look that up. You said you stitched it in the ditch. You know what? I need to practice stitch in the ditch. Even with the edge foot, I don't always do a great job with stitch in the ditch. I avoid it. I avoid it. And part of the reason why I avoid it is because I always feel like I did so well, and I don't want to mess up at the end. Okay, so let's see. Simplicity 8369. 8369. Okay, let's see. 8389. No, that's why I can't find it. Okay, I think I found it. Okay. Oh, I like these. And you said, which view are you doing? Oh, are you doing these ones? Oh, let me see. Can you see? Is that the one you're doing? I like that with the tapered leg. Those are nice. Very cute. Very cute. Very nice. Okay. So I have finished. Let me see. Is this the outside? Bias tape is on. And now the thing it's telling us to do next is to hem the bottom, which we're skipping that step, and we are going straight to the sleeve because we will be doing hemming offline because you can see everything. You can get a feel for how it's going to look without the hem. So piece number 8 is your sleeve. I'm doing view A has a shorter sleeve. So we're going to push this to the side for a minute. And there's two things that you have you have a cuff that goes at the bottom of your sleeve, which we'll be going to next. And then you are also going to be putting some gathering stitches in your top of your sleeve. Now, I typically will use a gathering foot. It's one of my favorite feet. I like to use it a lot. But today, we're going to do it what I call the old-fashioned way for me, which is to put those basting stitches in, 2 basting stitches in the top, and then we're going to pull those together. So I'm just going to make some markings on my fabric so I know where the gathering needs to be. There's 3 dots in the top part of your fabric. I've already cut all my notches. I just need to do those markings because I'm going to be putting that gathering stitch in. And right here, and right here. Okay, so we are going to adjust to, oh no, wrong thing. Our basting stitch to 5.0. And then we are going to stitch from one of those dots to the other. And let me just see where else. Yeah, at the cap or the top. And also we're gathering at the lower part of the sleeve too. So we need to create gathering stitches in 2 places. So we need to do it at the top of the sleeve, and we also need to do it at the bottom of the sleeve so that we have gathering at the top and the bottom. So I'm going to commit to doing these. It's been so long since I've done these gathering stitches, but we are going to commit to doing them. We are doing them. 2 rows of stitches. And you are doing them between the dots and the outer edge of the fabric. So basically your seam allowance. and then I'm going to do a second row. All right, and then you are also going to do it at the bottom, and they don't have, at the bottom of the sleeve, they do not have a specific area. You are basically creating a gathering stitch along that entire bottom part of the sleeve. So you are going to create that loose stitch in your seam allowance along the entire bottom part. Yes. Again, normally I would use my gathering foot. I like using it, but I don't have it out, and I'm on a roll. You said I'm finishing A, the wide leg. Okay. Well, I can't wait to see it. I cannot wait to see the pants that you're making, especially the fabric. I'm very excited. I will tell you, like, I'm not like the most creative person. I will look at patterns and I'll be like, nope. But then I'll see someone else make it, and then I'm like, okay, I could make that. I like that. That happens to me like a lot, believe it or not. I can't tell you the number of times. I think I say this all the time, that I Carmen would pick out a pattern. I'd be like, I don't see it, but I trust the process because I know she don't make nothing that looks homely. So I'm like, okay, if she says this is gonna be something, I'll trust it, even when I can't see it. So now a lot of people have that kind of creative side where they can see things. I'm not one of those people. You said gather from the single notch to the double notch. Thank you. I will be doing that. So Carmen, who is working from home and making this as well, is telling us, make sure you gather from the single notch to the double notch. So I'm putting all my gathering in first. I'm stitching all those stitches in first, and then I'm going to go back and do it. It's just easier for me to do it all at once, get it out the way. What time is it? Oh, we are almost done. Almost done. We got the sleeves, and then we got the tie, and then that's it. All right, I'm putting in the bottom row of gathering. Okay, second layer. All right, we got all of that. And let's see, stitch ends of sleeve binding. Gather the lower edge of, so it wants us to gather the lower edge. So I didn't do sleeves on this. So I am, Carmen, did you finish your sleeves yet? Hi, Keisha. All right, I'm creating some gathering. Oh, you said heck no. Okay. All right, I'm creating the gathering now. I can get a hold of this. All right, there we go. Let me pull this one too. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm creating my gathering at the bottom of the sleeve. Before we put on all right, I feel like I got enough. You don't want to gather too much. You won't be able to get your arm in there. And then you also need to pull these top ones too. Give you a little gather at the top. Just in that middle section. All right. And I'm not knotting it off until I put my binding on the bottom part of the sleeve. All right. All right. Thank y'all for hanging in there. Y'all are hanging in there. We are really close to being done. Closer than we were 3 hours ago. Okay. All right, I'm just spreading this binding. Yeah, I'm now convinced I am forever using my gathering foot. It's so much easier to me. I just love it. I would have been done with this by now. All right. Okay. Okay. So then the next step is with right sides together, we are going to take our sleeves, the edges of our sleeves, and we are going to pin and then stitch. Pin and stitch them together. Again, I have my gathering done, but I didn't like knot it off because I want to make sure that it's not too tight or too loose. Again, right sides together. You match up those raw edges. And then you're going to pin and then we're going to stitch. And at 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, you are going to do a straight stitch down the side. Ooh. Let me start that over again. Make sure that you adjust your stitch length back so you are not doing a basting stitch. One arm down. Let me stitch the other one. Okay, and let's see. We are done with this part. We're going to put our binding on. I just want to make sure. Okay, I can get that sleeve on my arm. Okay, so as I've mentioned before, we have our piece number 9, which is our sleeve binding. And the sleeve binding goes at the bottom of the sleeve. I'm going to iron this because it's not. So let me see. What is it telling us? It is telling us to stitch ends or sleeve binding, which we are using sleeve binding. So we're going to press under a 1/2 inch on the unnotched edge. Did I put my notches in here? I did not. Again, this is that other piece that I mentioned that you do need to cut on the bias. Because it does need to have that stretch to it. And This does have the stretch to it. So you have two pieces. You're going to fold them under on the unnotched edge. You're going to fold them under a 1/2 inch and press. Basically, we're going to do the same thing we really did on the neckline. What I would say is if you are using black, I would just use regular binding, bias tape. It'll save you time because you would be sewing right now instead of doing this part. But if you have you know, some material that you don't have a coordinating binding bias tape, then this is what you would do. All right, so then it wants us to cut to 3/8. I'm not doing that piece. And then you're gonna pin right side to right side. So you're gonna turn that sleeve over on the right side. And this is gonna be interesting. You are gonna pin right side to right side, notched edge. So there should be a notch in your sleeve if you can find it. In the center of your sleeve, where the notch in the center of your bias tape is going to match up. You're going to adjust the gathers and then you're going to stitch the bias tape on at about a 1/2 inch. So I am looking for my notch, because that's probably the middle of this sleeve. Yep, here we go, found it. And I'm matching it up to the middle of the bias tape. And you're going to pin. You said sew together. I think that's what you're saying. Sew it together. The bias tape to the edge of the sleeve, right, Carmen? Is that what you're saying? I think that's what you're saying. No. So bias together at the notches. But I only have one notch on my body. Oh yeah, the notch is at the end, but there's a notch. You're right. Yes, you're gonna sew the bias tape together. The notch is on the short edge. Right, that is right. Okay. Yes. No, you are right. 100%. I was confused. I was like, what? Yeah, I was confused for a minute. So, or are you saying sew the bias tape together first before you attach it? That's what you're saying. Okay, I got you. Yes. So I'm taking this off. You were right. That makes it easier. I was thinking that as I was going around, I was like, okay, but then it'll be easier just to sew it together. You're right, like a tube first, then attach it. Okay. And then I probably should have sewed it before. Let me just see. Where do you see that? I don't see them saying that. I mean, I think that is the right way, but well, I'm going to sew it. I'm going to make it, to your point. I'm going to sew this together first. And then do everything we just did. So basically right sides together. Does it say? What did you sew yours together? You said it's in the picture. I'm looking at this picture and So what did you sew your ends of your bias tape together at? 5/8 of an inch or 3/8? I can't hear you, Carm. Oh, let me put my headset on. Ah. Oh, no, I don't need to put my headset on. I don't know why I can't hear you because my phone is not. Oh, maybe I just have to turn it up. Okay, try to talk now. No, I don't hear you. Oh, you know what? You know why I don't hear you? Because, Tammy, do you hear any echoing on your end on the YouTube? All right, let me hear it. Huh? Nope. I can't hear you. I don't know why. You say, yes, we can hear you. We can hear both of you clearly. Okay. So it's just me. Okay, you said I'm okay over there. All right, let me try this. Oh, no, that's not it. That's the echoing. But now, of course, I can hear you. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason. Oh, let me take the echoing off of there. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna put it back on here because I can hear you when I put you in my headset. Oh yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. Tell me what you can't hear me now, Carmen? All right. Okay, we're going back over here. Sorry if you all heard echoing. Okay, I feel like you saying create the circle with the bias tape, which makes sense. I'll be able to still. So right sides together. And you're going to stitch. I'm going to do 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, even though I don't see that part of the instructions there. I do see where it's in a circle though. I just don't see the instructions telling you to do that. Okay, so we're going to do 5/8 of an inch. Okay, and press this seam allowance down. And I'm going to press this fold over part. Okay, and then I am going to do exactly what we said before, which is find that notch. When Carmen comes, we'll see. We're going to find that center notch. Okay, here we go. Line up this notch with your bias tape. Right sides together. And start to pin. And that does make it easier to connect the short edges of the bias tape, because then you don't have to be worried about doing it after you've connected it to the sleeve. Makes total sense. So I'm backstage. What does that mean? Flags on network. Carmen is crazy. Okay. So I think we are on a roll. I think we're back on track. I think we are back on track. Okay, I'm just going to adjust some of this. Oh, StreamYard. Okay. I don't see you, so I don't know how to let you up. Let me see. I'm going to send you an invite. Copy. And okay, I just sent you the link if you want to come up. Okay, so but I think we got it. I think I figured out what you were saying. So you don't have to come up if you want to. Okay. All right, so I don't feel like I need to do anything different to my um, gathering. So I am going to stitch this. Let me see, can I fit this around my arm? I can. All right, so I'm going to stitch this bias tape on. All right, I'm feeling like this is going to be right. Okay. And I'm stitching this right at the end, actually at half an inch, so it covers my gathering stitches. All right, let's see what we're working with here. Okay. So we stitched that on. I am gonna, okay, look at that. There we go. I still have to stitch it down. And my bias tape is, my, what do you call it? My gathering stitch is showing, but I'm gonna take that out. You see where it's showing a little bit. So I'm gonna take that out. but it should stay because I've stitched it. So Carmen, is that what you, I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, pull that out when I'm done. Yes, I'm gonna pull it right out because I think it's done. Okay, so now let's do the same thing on this side. We are gonna right sides together, 5/8 an inch, do a straight stitch down. Thank you, Carmen, for that. That was helpful. Okay, and I'm gonna press this. And I'm gonna press also this folded piece. And we are now gonna take a other sleeve. Make sure our gathers are spread around. I'm actually gonna pull these a little bit more. All right, and we're gonna find our notch. Match those notches up. Where is this notch on this side? All right. All right, I don't see my notch on this side, so we're gonna have to improvise and line up the seams. So we will do. First thing I gotta do is turn this on the right side. Okay, now line up the seam. Let's see. Oh, let me see. What's your question? Machine rolled him either too short to catch or not rolling under. Should I switch to a zigzag blind? Is it for what? What are you doing, Tipper? Oh, you may have said it. All right, while we're waiting, I am gonna line up those seams and start pinning this. Oh, you don't want to hand him the ruffles. Yes. Um, If you by hand hem, do you mean putting in the basting stitches and pulling it? Is that what you're saying? I have not created ruffles. Um, well, you shouldn't have to hand hem the ruffles because you're going to cover them with the bias tape if you're doing it on the sleeve. So you can see like on this one, so the ruffles are under there, see? But you have this bias tape that's covering it from the outside, so you won't be able to see that edge. I don't know if that helps. Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to hand him ruffles. That is something where we say, get somebody else to do it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Auntie Carol. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Auntie Carol has got your answer. Thank you. All right. Okay, so now I am on the other sleeve. I'm gonna 5/8 of an inch. I'm gonna stitch around. Not 5/8. I'm sorry, half an inch. Let's stitch this. Oh, we gotta speed it up. Get these sleeves on here and do this tie so we could be done. Okay, and I'll fold this down. There we go. And then just have to take out that that ruffle gathering stitch, and that will be good. All right, so now we are going to be attaching our sleeves. And then we just have our ties, and then we are done. Oh, there we go. Okay. So you want to make sure you match up. You should have double notch on one side and single notch on one side. And you're going to match up your sleeves, right side to right side. And let me just make sure I have the right sleeve. Nope, this is the other side. Nope, this is the right side. So you match up the notches and the seams. And we're going to pin, and then we're going to stitch. And I'm going to pull my gathering stitches too in here. All right, one sleeve in. We're going to pin the other sleeve and then we're going to stitch. All right, I am lining up my bottom seam. Oh, that's not the bottom seam. Okay. Thank y'all for hanging in there. We are putting in the second sleeve, or we're actually pinning in the sleeves. And then we just have to do the tie. I'm excited to try this on. I feel like as much as I did that gathering, you really don't need it because the sleeve is too wide. So you almost have to take most of it out. You have a little bit, but it's not a lot. Hi, Marina. Welcome. All right, I am going to start stitching this in. 5/8 of an inch. All right, one sleeve down. One sleeve down, one to go. Good night, Deja. Thank you for hanging in there. We are almost done. I will definitely post something. I won't post the real finished pictures till I do the hemming, but I will post something so that you can see what the final look looked like. All right, both sleeves are on. Both sleeves are on. Okay, last piece is that we need to create our tie, which we're going to do right now. I'm actually going to just take this off. And I'm going to do, this does have hook and eye, but I'm going to do those as part of the finishing touches because you'll be able to see what it looks like without the hook and eye being on. But I really like it. I think it looks really good. Let me just give you a little bit of an idea what it looks like. There you go. Yeah, I think I might put the sleeves on that other one. It does make a big difference to have the sleeves on there. So I don't know if you could see this really well, but this is what it looks like. Unironed, not hemmed, but it gives you a good idea. All right, last step, here's our tie. So you should have had, this is piece number 10, tells you to cut 2. You are going to combine, basically do almost the same thing we did with the bias tape, in that you're going to put right sides together and stitch down the middle. Let's see. Does it tell us? It doesn't, but I would just stitch 3/8 of an inch. So you're basically connecting the 2 pieces to make one. And then you're going to fold it. Let's see. Fold it in half. Well, let's press that seam. I ran out of water. And then you're going to fold it in half. There is a fold line in the middle, but basically you're folding it in half. And then we're going to press that. And then you are going to stitch. Let me see, what does it say? It says stitch in a 1/2 inch, leaving an opening along the edge. So we're folding it in half. And you're leaving the opening in the middle. This is supposed to make it easier for you to turn. Oh, actually, I'm folding it the wrong way. Right sides together. So you're folding it in half, right sides together, and then pressing. And then you're going to put a stitch of a 1/2 inch, leaving the center of your tie open to make it easier for you to turn it on the right side. Auntie Carol, do you go skating? Do you skate? Woo-wee. This steam is not playing games. You said I used to. My son is hell on wheels now. I know that's right. I'm like, because I know they be skating in Chicago. Atlanta, Chicago. Like, that's where they skate. For real, for real. I was like, oh, we might have to come up there and go skating. 1/2 inch. You're going to stitch half to the middle, and then you're going to turn around, stitch the other half, leaving the middle open, and then you are going to turn it right side out. Oh, and you're also going to stitch the end. So you're going to stitch across the end and then down to the middle, leave the middle open, turn it around, do the other side same way, and then we're going to turn it right side out. And we are stitching a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Start with this end. How am I doing this? Yes, okay, here we go. Now to the other side. Have I ever heard of Crystal Palace skate rink? Where is it? Where is it located? I've never heard of it, but where is it located? All right. And let me see, turn right side out. But before we do that, we are going to cut these seam allowance. Then we'll turn it right side out. And then we are going to put the tie in there. I'm going to try on the shorts and the top, and we are done. We are done. Y'all are the real MVP. Tammy on YouTube hanging in there, and all 22 of you on TikTok just hanging in there for almost 4.5 hours. But we are done. We made 2 garments. We made shorts, and we made this top. Y'all hung in there for every bit of it. here is what we really been waiting for, which is trying it on. Big skating. Let me see. Thank you, Aisha. Oh, you said it's in Temple Hills. Okay. No, I never heard of it, but that's close to me. No, I mean, it's not far. Not too far. I want to go. I love skating. I haven't skated consistently though in a long time, so I'm not trying to set no expectations that I'm going to go out here and be doing any kind of special activities. I will be doing regular schmegular skating. But my hope is that one day soon I'll be out here, looking like I got skills. I love skating though. I just love it. All right, seam allowance is cut. All right, let's see what they talking about in terms of turn this thing inside out. We will see. Where's my little safety pin? Here we go. Okay. And let me just plug in my other device. TikTok almost logged me off. They said you've been on here too long. All right, here we go. I do have my loop turner out here. I almost feel like that might be easier than the safety pin. I'm just trying to turn this inside out. Thank you, Tammy. Once I get this thing turned inside out, we're going to be good to go. Here we go. All right, let's see. Yes, this is one of the tricky parts. Trying to get this thing inside out. I got the loop turner now, so all right, let's see. See if I can make it work. Come on. Once you get this started, then it's easy. I am not having any luck with this. Any suggestions? Hi, Joy. I'm looking for any. Is Auntie Carol still on? You said it will work. Yeah, it's one of those things where you just got to keep, you know, fooling with it. Make sure the hook is in the end. I put it all the way. Let's do it one more time. All right, I got the hook to the end. And I just can't get it to like pull through. Let's see, maybe I'm just not doing it, pulling enough. And just roll over it. It's not rolling over it. Let me see. All right, I think I might have got it. Okay. It's still stuck. Oh, it came loose. All right, let's try it again. I feel like I got the first little part. All right, let me get it all the way at the end. All right, I got the little hook. I'm pulling it. And let me just... See, it doesn't want to go. Let me try just a little bit at a time. All right, let's try one more time. All right. I see people do it and they do exactly what you just said. They just pull over it and it goes so smoothly. But not for me. You know what? Let me try this. Let me try to put the whole, no, not the whole thing. I don't put a hole in it now. Pray for me that I can get this done. I'm gonna put a little hole in it, but it's okay. Yes, I put it in the seam. Let me see. Let me try. Let me try. Okay. All right. It's in the seam. Now let's see. Fingers crossed. No, it's not. I'm sure it's something I'm doing wrong. Anybody got a plan B? You said pull the opposite side over. Oh, you mean try this way. Let's see. You said no. Come on up, Miss Carol. Auntie Carol, come up and help me. How do I add you? Is that how I add you? Oh, it is how I add you. Hi. Uh-oh, I can't hear you. Let me change my, let me put my thing over here. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. 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 I apologize for the background noise for anybody. Okay. Okay. Uh, okay. Uh-huh. Okay. 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 All right. All right. I'm working on the first step, getting that. No, that visual helped me. That was very important. That was a very good visual. Very good. Okay. Oh, goodness. We're supposed to be done right now. Okay. All right. I'm going to get it. If I don't get it, we're going to pull this other one that I did yesterday, and we're going to use that to improvise. In fact, I think that's what we're going to do while I work on this. Okay. Thank you. No, I'm going to work on it later. I have one that I did on my where's my, so I did a muslin, and I have one that I did for my muslin. So I'm going to use that one just to try it on. And then we're going to be done. And then I'm going to work on fixing that one. Mm-hmm. All the way through. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, this week is the week to go because there's no pattern sale. I'm going to get that because this is a very long strap. So I'm going to go try it on. We're going to use this strap that I made the other day to improvise. And I'll fix this one. I'll work on this one. So thank you, Auntie Carol. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm going to try this on and I'll be right back. Oh, all right. Okay. Thank you. All right, let me see. I don't know how to take you off. So, okay, you did. All right, I'm going to try this on. I'm trying the shorts on. I'm trying the shirt on. I'll be right back and we'll wrap things up. Thank you all for hanging in there. Well, before, let me see. I'm going to put this in a little bit. Okay, this is our improvising. I'm going to work on fixing that other one. And so my finishing, once I finish this, once we try this on, I will add the hook and eyes later. I will also hem the bottom. And then, of course, I'm going to finish the tie that actually goes to this one. And I'll hem the shorts as well. But let me just stick this in here. Thank y'all for hanging in there. I'm so glad I'm going to be able to show you this. All right, I will be right back. Where's my shorts at? Oh, here we go. Got the shorts, got the top. Okay, it looks really good. I really like it. Okay, so here we go. Let me turn this around a little bit so you can see. So this is the top. So I still have to hem the bottom. And this is what the back looks like. Put these out the way. And these are the shorts. And I still have to hem the bottom of the shorts. So I think once it's finished, it'll be more like a crop top, which I think is what it is. Yeah, it's a crop top. So it's meant to be halfway. So it'll be, tight around the edge. Oh, and actually, there's elastic at the edge, even though it doesn't instruct you that there's any elastic. But I'm going to put some elastic, I think, down the bottom. So that's it. And this is the sleeves. I don't know if you can see sleeves. So not huge, not big sleeves, but I like the back. The back looks really cute from what I can see. So, and I do have to do the hook and eye. So let me see. So that'll be at the top. So that is it. We have finished. It fits really well, feels cute. Put my little heels on my sandals. All right, we are done. I'm gonna finish it. I will post some official pictures. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for hanging in there. It's been a long 4.5 hours, but I appreciate you. I'll finish. I'll post some pictures so that you can see the finished product when it's ironed and all that. Thank y'all. Have a great evening. Happy Friday. Happy almost Saturday. Happy Father's Day. And happy Juneteenth. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tipper. Thank you, Tammy, for hanging in there. Bye, everyone. That's right. Hot couture in 4 hours. Nobody does it. Bye, everybody. Thanks, Auntie Carol. Oh, I can't even hang up. Okay, here we go.